until you came to me. But now I know that I will go on loving you eternally. Won't you please be my own? Never leave me alone, 'cause I die every time we're apart. I want you, I need you, I love you with all my heart. Well, I thought I could live without romance until you came to me. But now I know that I will go on loving you eternally. Won't you please be my own? Never leave me alone, 'cause I die every time we're apart. I want you, I need you, I love you with all my heart. I remember when I lost my mind. There was something so pleasant about that place. Even your emotions have an echo in so much space. And when you're out there without care, yeah, I was out of touch. But it wasn't because I didn't know enough. I just knew too much. Does that make me crazy? Does that make me crazy? Does that make me crazy? Possibly. And I hope that you are having the time of your life. But think twice. That's my only advice. Come on now, who do you think you are? Bless your soul. You really think you're in control? Well, I think you're crazy. I think you're crazy. I think you're crazy. Just like me. My heroes had the heart to live the life I wanna live. And all I remember is thinking I wanna be like them. Ever since I was little, it looked like fun. If it's no coincidence, I've come. And I can die when I'm done. But maybe I'm crazy. Maybe you're crazy. Maybe we're crazy. Probably. with you. But long as there are stars above you, you never need to doubt it. I'll make you so sure about it. God only knows what I'd be without you. If you should ever leave me, well, life will still go on, believe me. The world could show nothing to me, so what good would living do me? God only knows what I'd be without you. God only knows what I'd be without you. If you should ever leave me, the life would still go on, believe me. The world could show nothing to me, so what good would living do me? God only knows what I'd be without you. God only knows what I'd be without. God only knows what I'd be without. God only knows what I'd be without. God only knows what I'd. God only knows what I'd be without. God only knows what I'd. God only knows what I'd be without. Heavenly shades of night are falling. It's twilight time. Out of the mist, your voice is calling. 'Tis twilight time. When purple-colored curtains mark the end of day, I'll hear you, my dear, at twilight time. Deepening shadows gather splendor as day is done. Fingers of night will soon surrender the setting sun. I count the moments, darling, till you're here with me. Together at last at twilight time. Here in the afterglow of day, we keep our rendezvous beneath the blue. In the sweet and same old way, I fall in love again as I did then. Deep in the dark, your kiss will fill me like days of old, lighting the spark of love that fills me with dreams untold. Each day I pray for evening just to be with you. Together at last at twilight time. In the afterglow of day, we keep our rendezvous beneath the blue. In the sweet and same old way, I fall in love again as I did then. Deep in the dark, your kiss will thrill me like days of old, lighting the spark of love that fills me with dreams untold. Each day I pray for evening just to be with you. Together at last at twilight time. together at last at twilight time.
Get around, I get around, yeah, get around, round, round, I get around, I get around, round, round, I get around, get around, round, round, I get around, get around, round, round, I get around, get around, round, round, I get around. I'm getting bugged driving up and down the same old strip. I gotta find a new place where the kids are hip. You're getting real well known. Yeah, the bad guys know us and they leave us alone. I get around, round, round, I get around, 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 I get around, get take my car, cause it's never been beat, and we've never missed it with the girls we meet. None of the guys go steady, cause it wouldn't be right to leave your best girl home on a Saturday night. I get around, round, 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 I get around, get around, round, round, I get around, get around, round, round, I get around, get around, round, round, I get around, I get around. Get around, I get around, yeah, get around, round, round, I get around, 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 get around, round, round, I get around.
to dream the impossible dream, to fight the unbeatable foe, to bear with unbearable sorrow, to run where the brave dare not go, to right the unrightable wrong, to be better far than you are, to try when your arms are too weary, to reach the unreachable star. Oh, this is my quest, to follow that star, no matter how hopeless, no matter how far, to fight for the right without question or pause, to be willing to march into hell for a heavenly cause. And I know if I'd only be true to this glorious quest, that my heart will lie peaceful and calm when I'm laid to my rest. And the world will be better for this, that one man, scorned and covered with scars, still strove with his last ounce of courage to reach the unreachable star. And the world will be better for this, oh, that one man, scorned and covered with scars, he still strove with his last ounce of courage, oh, to reach the unreachable star. Thank you very much.
I've been selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours for bullshit pay, so I can sit out here and waste my life away, drag back home and drown my troubles away. It's a damn shame what the world's gotten to for people like me, people like you. Wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Oh, it is living in the new world with an whole soul. These rich men north of Richmond, Lord knows they all just wanna have total control. Wanna know what you think, wanna know what you do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do, 'cause your dollar ain't shit, and it's taxed to no end, 'cause the rich men, know the rich men. I wish politicians would look out for miners, and not just miners on an island somewhere. Lord, we got folks in the street, ain't got nothing to eat, and the old beast milking welfare. Well, God, if you're 5'3" and you're 300 pounds, taxes ought not to pay for your bags of fudge rounds. Young men are putting themselves 6 feet in the ground, 'cause all this damn country does is keep on kicking them down. Lord, it's a damn shame what the world's gotten to for people like me, people like you. Wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Oh, it is living in the new world with an whole soul. These rich men north of Richmond, Lord knows they all just wanna have total control. Wanna know what you think, wanna know what you do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do, 'cause your dollar ain't shit, and it's taxed to no end, 'cause the rich men, north of rich men. been selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours for bullshit pay.
to me. Lonely rivers flow to the sea, to the sea, to the open arms of the sea. Yeah. Lonely riverside, wait for me, wait for me. I'll be coming home, wait for me. Oh, my love, my darling, I've hungered for your touch. Oh, Lord, lonely time.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Congresswoman Ashley Hinson.
Hello, fellow Iowans. How are we doing today? It is such an honor to welcome back to the stage today President Donald J. Trump. Are you excited to hear from him? We are so excited to have him back here in Iowa. And I can tell you this, when I first got out to Washington, D.C. and started working for Iowans out there, I think we all can agree we saw firsthand how destructive the policies that the liberals were pushing were for our country and for our state. That liberal agenda was higher taxes, open borders, more of that woke nonsense in our schools. Are you frustrated with all the waste, fraud, and abuse that we keep finding, right? Well, we're seeing it's running rampant, not just in the federal government, but in states like Minnesota, California, Illinois. And we are not done peeling back the curtain on all of that, are we? We have more work to do. So we know the liberals in Congress and in the Senate tried to pass this junk every day, and President Joe Biden's auto pen was ready to sign it, wasn't it? Well, let me state the obvious. Thank God we've got President Donald J. Trump back in the White House. It's been an absolute honor to fight alongside of him, and our conservative majorities in Congress are delivering for you every single day. We are transforming that America First agenda into an America First future for our country. Are you with us? So it's been 1 year since President Trump took office, and boy, what a year it has been. We have continued to deliver historic tax relief for all of you. Do you want more of your own money back? Yeah, you do. No more taxes on tips, no tax on overtime, relief on Social Security, secure borders and safer communities. Do we like that? And finally, we know this president has the support of our America farmers. Iowa farmers sent President Trump to the White House, and he will have your back, won't he? We know that. Ladies and gentlemen, we are just getting started. The fight to restore our country and usher in a new era of opportunity has only just begun. We need to keep cutting taxes for workers. We need to eliminate the waste, fraud, and abuse we're seeing that does nothing but drive up costs for all the rest of us. We need to protect Social Security and Medicare. We need to lower health insurance premiums for everybody. We need to focus on prescription drug prices, get those down. And we need to make sure, again, we're standing up for Iowa's farmers and our agriculture community. So we have so much more to achieve to keep making America great again. And that is why I am running to be your next United States Senator. And I'm proud to have the endorsement of President Trump to get that done. Thank you. So with this president back in the Oval Office and strong conservative majorities behind him, we have a once-in-a-generation chance to finish the job we've started and rebuild a country that works for every single Iowan and every single American. It has been the honor of my life to serve Iowa, and I would be honored to earn your vote for the United States Senate. So thank you so much, and let's give it up for the president. He'll be out shortly. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Congressman Zach Nunn.
once again on the front line of helping to defend this great nation. And it's here in Iowa where President Trump came just 6 months ago to tell us what we had the opportunity to do as a great nation. At our Iowa State Fair, he said, we have the opportunity to lead when it comes to energy independence from our foreign adversaries. We have the opportunity to have the most secure nation in the world by securing our border. And we have the ability to trust in the American people that each one of you knows better what to do with your dollars than anybody out in Washington, D.C. Iowa, it's a privilege to get to fight for you in Washington because we are taking what works in Iowa right to the nation's capital. And we've been able to deliver time and time again with an incredible delegation with folks right here at home who are giving us some of our best examples. Tragically, we lost two incredible Iowans who were defending our country on the front line. Brothers who serve with me in the National Guard. Members who put their well-being second to defending our nation abroad. To all of our military members, to all of our veterans in this audience, thank you for your fellow service and sacrifice. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We have that same responsibility today, whether it's in a barren desert in Syria or whether it's right here on the home front, to defend what still matters, to defend our constitutional rights, to defend our families, to stand with our communities. And here in Iowa, we've been able to deliver on that. My friends, I'm privileged to get to fight with you today, to hold the things that we've worked so hard to deliver, the largest tax cut in American history, the most secure border the U.S. has ever known, 10 million down to 0. And right here in Iowa, we are helping lead the charge to be energy independent so that Russia or Iran or Venezuela doesn't get to dictate what happens in Iowa. Our farmers, our biofuel leaders get to help drive down a cost. And I was just with the president right now, and he highlighted, he's like, you know, Zach, gas is under $2.50. And I said, drive to the Casey's, Mr. President. We can get it to you for $1.85. You'll still have money for pizza afterwards. So whether you are filling up a truck or a tractor, a minivan or a motorhome, here's the reality. Iowa biofuels will help drive down that cost. It helps every family, it helps save our supply chain, and it is a national security imperative that Iowa gets to deliver. Thank you to our E15 leaders for making this a reality. Right here in Iowa, made in America. Now, Iowa, you have a great delegation, and I am privileged that I get to serve in the most fairly drawn district in America. No Illinois gerrymandering here. And that is great for democracy because it means we work with all sides. And I'm proud to be one of the most bipartisan members of Congress, but what I'm really proud to be is somebody who delivers for Iowans because Iowans have given us the ability to take what we do best here and help lead the nation as a best practice, but also as a beacon of hope. Because what we've been able to establish truly can be something that every American can look to and say, I'd like to be a little more like Iowa. So as we kick it off here, it is only fitting that the president, in his first year in office, leads the charge of what is great about America by coming right here and sharing it with us. Guys, we're gonna keep fighting rural housing, adoption. We're working with Melania. She's got a great film coming out this week. Make sure you check it out. I'm proud to be working with her on our adopted foster process, but most importantly, I'm thrilled to be taking what works here to Washington with your help. We've got to fight. I'm asking for your help. The 3rd district alone is one of the most competitive districts in the country, and if we don't have this, I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. We're going to lose our majority. And on day 1, Hakeem Jeffries, or maybe Nancy Pelosi again, we don't know, is going to call for President Donald Trump's impeachment. And on day 2, he's going to take all the great things we've done here and raise our taxes. And on day 3, 4, 5, 365 days, this country will be locked not in something that works to go forward as we've done over this last year, but in a constant battle. You don't only look outside here at a few people who would rather see the president impeached for any reason than to actually work to move our country forward. So friends, I'm asking you here today, let's win, let's lead, and let's welcome President Trump to Iowa.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much, and I'm thrilled to be back in the great state of Iowa with so many proud, hardworking American patriots, which is what you are. It's an amazing state. What a place. Boy, do we have some victories here. Were they the greatest? So exactly 2 years ago this month, it was the people of Iowa who put us on a rocket ship back to the White House. It was a rocket. That was a quick one. After a rigged election, we had a rigged election. I said, do we do it again? And I said, I think we better do it again. Not too many people who would have said that. But we did so well the second time, I said, well, we won twice, we got to do it a third time. Should we do it a fourth time? Four victories. 4 victories. We got the right team over there. There's the right team over there. We said, geez, that would be easy for you. That wouldn't even be work. But you came out by the thousands on a cold and snowy winter evening. Remember that beautiful evening? And together we won the Iowa caucuses in a 30-point landslide. That was great. I'll never forget it. It was so freezing. You think it's cold now? That blew it away. Whatever happened to global warming? You know? Now it's, it's like one of those things. But it was the coldest night. I remember it was way below zero. And they say, sir, you don't have to come till 10 or 11 o'clock because the caucus takes longer. And I got a call at, let's say the polls close at 7. Sir, you've won. I said, I won what? They told me 10 o'clock. They can't announce. They said, you won by so much. They just called it at 1 minute after 7. So, right? So we made the journey. And we made that journey through all the cars and everything else, and we made a speech, but what an evening that was. Then in November, we won the state by a massive landslide. That was incredible in the election. And we then went on to win all swing states, all 7 of them. They said 7 swing. Well, he could win 4 of them. He's doing very well, but we won 7. We won the Electoral College 312 to 226. We won the popular vote for the first time of any Republican in many decades by millions and millions of votes. And we won a category that's very important. We won 86% of all counties in America, 2,700 to 525. How about that? Other than that, we didn't do too well. So now we're back where it all started to celebrate the greatest first year of any administration in American history. They say that. Even the radical left is saying, holy man, we did a lot of things. 12 months ago, Joe Biden handed us a mess. We inherited the legacy of record high inflation, the highest inflation in the history of our country. They say the fake news, ooh, that's a lot of fake news. No, the fake news said it's 48 years. I remember recently I said the highest inflation, the worst, I believe this, by the way, worst in the history of our country. They said it wasn't the worst. It was 48 years. I said, that's okay, too. Somehow that sounds even worse than when you say the history, right? 48 years. I accepted that, but I think it was in the history. A mass invasion of our border and our country was being laughed at all over the world. We were being laughed at. We were a joke. We're not a joke anymore. We're not a joke. We're not being laughed at anymore. But today, just after 1 year of President Trump, our economy is booming, incomes are rising, investment is soaring, inflation has been defeated. Our border is closed, totally closed. And America is respected all over the world like they've never been respected. 1 year, I thought it would take us 2 years. I guess I'm following in the great path of John Deere. We got the chairman of John Deere here. Chairman and CEO, that's pretty good. I even signed a John Deere hat for him. He said, I'm going to put this in the museum. I said, that's good. No, it's a great company. And you just said you're opening up 2 massive plants because of tariffs. You're opening up one in North Carolina, one someplace else. And you're expanding all over the place. You're doing a great job. I bought a lot of John Deere stuff. It's a great company. It's an honor to have you. Thank you very much. This has been the most dramatic one-year turnaround of any country in history in terms of the speed. I really thought it would take us 2 or 3 years to do what we're doing. You know, we're the number 1 country anywhere in history in the world, anywhere in history for investment coming into the country. And it's amazing. And it's because of tariffs. And it's also because of the fact that we had such a tremendous November 5th. That November 5th brought spirit back to our country, came back. You know, one thing I think which is so important is, if you remember, a year and a half ago, we couldn't get people to enlist in the military, any of them. Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, any of them. The Coast Guard, Space Force. I love Space Force, right? We couldn't get them, and even police departments, they couldn't get anybody with a uniform that represented the country. You couldn't get them. And today, we have the single greatest recruitment numbers in the history of our military. The police forces are loaded. Law enforcement is loaded up. And everybody wants to be a policeman, a fireman. They want to be in the military, any branch. I mean, we literally, they couldn't get them. A year and a half ago, nobody wanted to be in the military. Now everybody wants to be in the military. It's an amazing thing that's happened, an amazing turnaround. And all because we have a president who does something very simple, puts America first, right? Right? Thank you. So under my leadership, economic growth is exploding to numbers unheard of. They've never had them before in recent times, and now, and we're just getting started. You know, the great, big, beautiful bill, which is no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security for our seniors. Do we have any seniors in here? Do we have any seniors in here? One of the fake news said, he did that because he doesn't want to pay tax on his Social Security. Don't you believe? That's what I never thought of. These are sick people. But despite the fact that we've just really started, it's just kicking in because we inherited such a horrible situation with all of the high prices and the inflation and everything else. And by the way, the open borders, we had millions, and everything you see today wouldn't happen. They opened the borders, but we had a 5.4%. And since the election, the stock market is at 52 all-time highs, adding $9 trillion in value to your savings, retirement accounts, and 401ks. So 401k people, I mean, of which you got a lot of people. Does anybody have a 401k in the audience? A lot of people. So you're setting records, right? The highest it's ever been. They say this, you know, the good stock market, they say, well, this stock market, you know, they just try so hard. This stock market doesn't affect the middle class. I say it does. What about a 401k? What about all the other things? What about the fact that they're making more salary than they've ever made? But the stock market's the highest. How is John Deere stock doing, Greg? All-time high? It's all-time. Everyone, I don't have to even ask the question. I mean, I made a lot of people rich. Me, I just keep working. I made a lot of people rich. I made a lot of people rich that I don't even like. I got a lot of people that I don't like at all, and I've doubled their net worth. But after 4 years in which Biden got less than $1 trillion in new investment, think of it, he took in substantially less in 4 years than $1 trillion. We secured commitments for a record-breaking plus $18 trillion. So in 1 year, we did over $18 trillion, and he did less than $1 trillion. Just over 1 year ago, under Sleepy Joe Biden and the radical left lunatics, we were a dead country. We were a dead country. I'll tell you, 1 year ago, a little more than 1 year ago, we were a dead country. The king of Saudi Arabia told me that. You've heard me say it. He said it better than anybody else. He said, you know, I can't believe it. A few months ago, he said, a year ago, you were a dead country. Now you're the hottest country anywhere in the world. He said, I can't believe it. And today I'm pleased to announce one more historic investment. The great American company that we just talked about is doing so much. I have to give it really. I buy so much equipment from so many of the people in the, you know, we have a lot of very successful companies in here, but I know it's a very special deal because John Deere is doing $70 million in factory in North Carolina. It's brand new, the best in the world. And I think it's going to pay off very, very big. And if it doesn't, I have nothing to do with it. But if it does, I'm going to take full credit. But what it is an excavator factory, as I understand it, and it's going to be the only excavator factory. In other words, excavators. We all know I love those excavators. Believe it or not, I know a lot about them. We don't make them here. This is going to be the only excavator entirely made in the United States of America. So that's good. That's good. I love it. I love it. It's great. And they'll all come. I hate to tell you, but they're all going to be coming too. You're going to have some competition, but you'll be ahead of them. If congressional Democrats had their way this year, would right now be facing the largest tax hike. So they wanted to give you, this is what I was running against, the largest tax hike in the history of our country. I wanted to give you the largest tax cut in the history of our country. And if they won, this country would be cratering right now. It would be cratering. So I've cut a record number of job-killing regulations. The reason our job numbers are so good, and remember this, I've cut hundreds of thousands of federal jobs. Now, if I didn't do that, our numbers would be even more through the roof. Or I could get them. You know what they do? In order to have decent numbers, they hire 1 million people. You hire 1 million people, all of a sudden you're down to 3.5%. We don't do that. We get rid of that job where you have 10 jobs for every, you have 10 people for every job. And they are all now, and they hated me. They hated me. Now they love me. You know why? They all got jobs in the private sector making twice as much money as they made from the federal government, sometimes much more than that. So a year ago, they hated me, and now they love me. But it includes dozens of burdensome regulations that were crushing our amazing farmers. We love our farmers. We won this thing. I think and you put a new fighter in. I said, that's not fair, but that's what happened to me. The stuff that happened to me can only happen to me. But I repealed the Biden's EPA ridiculous water restrictions to keep federal bureaucrats off your land and out of your business. That was a big one. That was a big one. I terminated the so-called diesel exhaust fluid requirement. You know what that is? Saving family farmers more than $1 billion a year. And we're going to do a lot more. We're going to do something on tractors. You know, they never took we did it with cars. We took all that nonsense off the cars. You couldn't start your car. You'd have to go to MIT to get somebody to fix your car with all the crap they had on it in order to save a quarter of a glass of this much little tiny bit of gas. These people are crazy. And I'm going to do that, I think, for tractors, too, because we're going to get the tractors back where you don't have to be a PhD in order to start your tractor, in order to keep the environment clean. So much nonsense. I think it makes the environment dirty, actually. And they, very importantly, on day one, I kept my promise to the people of Iowa and abolished the insane electric vehicle mandate, which would have obligated you to go out and buy an electric car, but it would have obliterated a thing called ethanol. Do you like ethanol? Is it big? A lot of people are asking me about ethanol. I don't know. Do you want me to do something with ethanol? Maybe. After years of the United States getting ripped off by other countries on trade, I'm standing up for the workers and the farmers of our country like no other president has ever. No other president's done this. I mean, no other president has done this. I could have had an ACC presidency. I'd probably have this little piece of ear back, you know? Could have it, and I wouldn't have to listen to lunatics like this up there. I wouldn't have to listen, and then Thank you. Boy, they're good here. Do we love our law enforcement? They work very quickly. But under Sleepy Joe, we had the largest trade deficit in world history. But in 1 year, I've slashed our gaping trade deficit by a staggering 77%. How about that? What about that? That's pretty good, right? 77. Nobody's ever seen that. You know, if you slash your trade deficit by 1%, you're like a genius. They say, oh, he's very electable. He's not so electable. I did 77. I did something else, favored nations on drugs. We now are paying the lowest price anywhere in the world for drugs. In other words, we're matching favored nations. It's called most favored nations. Every other president tried for it. They didn't try very hard. They didn't get anything. I got it done. I got all the nations to agree. You think that was easy? I said, if you don't agree, we're going to put tariffs on you. They said, we agree. We agree. So you'll have a pill that costs $10, as an example, costs $10 in London, costs $130 in Des Moines, and now it's going to cost $20. Think of it. You'll go from $130 down to $20. It's the biggest price reduction of prescription drugs in history. And going to have a huge impact on your health care, too. I was very proud of it. And you know, the fake news, I can't get them to talk about it. Think of it. I got the biggest price reduction in history on drugs, pharmaceuticals. I can't get these guys to talk about it. It was page like 22 in the New York Times, a little story. I just got the biggest. I can't believe it. If a Democrat got a half a point down, this is like hundreds of, depending on the way you want to calculate it, you could say it's an 80% reduction, or you could say it's 1,000% reduction. You could say whatever you want, but it's the biggest reduction in history by many, many times. I did something because we were subsidizing the entire world. We were paying 10 times, in many cases, more money than the rest of the world. And I said it wasn't fair. And I got it done. And everyone said you could. They said, you'll never get other countries to agree. They said, yeah. I said, yes, I will. They said, you'll never get the other countries to agree. I got the drug companies. That was not easy, I want to tell you, but that was not so bad. But they even told me, we'll agree to it, but you'll never get the other countries. I said, 100% I will. Why wouldn't I get them? And I called Macron of France. I said, you got to double the price of your drugs. He said, no, I will not do that. What was the story with his glasses the other day? What the hell was that all about? But anyway, I got them all. I don't want to go into a long story. Bottom line, I said, I'm going to increase tariffs by 25. I'm going to charge you 25% tariff if you don't do it. They said, we will do it. Why don't you ask? We'd love to do it. So I got something done that no other president could have gotten done, and no other president. I don't even think they tried. You want to know the truth? You think Biden was thinking about it? He just was thinking about how the hell to get off the stage. Remember, the guy could never find it. You have so many ways. You can jump off the front if it really gets... You got stairs all over the place. The guy could never find his way off the stage. This was not a good sign. But I made new fair trade deals with countries covering half of all U.S. trade. You do know they're paid agitators, right? They're paid. They get paid. You know, do you ever see their signs? You know, we used to have protests and you'd have guys making a sign in a basement. These are all paid agitators. That's all they are. They get paid to go and they don't even know what, when they interview them, why are you here? I don't know. They have no idea. They're paid insurrectionists, really, in some cases. They're sickos. But I've made new fair trade deals with countries covering half of all U.S. trade, scoring giant wins for the farmers, ranchers, and agricultural producers like no other president has ever done. That's why I got such a tremendous vote from the farmers, and I love you too. I do love you too. So Japan will now allow the United States to supply up to 100% of automotive ethanol, and import large amounts of aviation biofuels from the United States. That's great for you. That was part of the deal that we made. The United Kingdom will import nearly $1 billion of ethanol. That's part of their deal. Australia is allowing American beef into its market for the first time in more than 20 years. Did you know that? And beef is doing great, and we got to get the prices down a little bit, and they're starting to come down pretty much. China has agreed to purchase over $40 billion of U.S.-grown soybeans. You know that. You're selling them. They're selling them. And I went to President Xi, and he's upping it. I mean, it's $40 billion. The European Union will dramatically increase purchases of American pork, dairy, and soybean oil. They never did that before. They're all doing things that they never did before, because you have a certain president that's a little bit different from the presidents that you had before. And nations from Cambodia to Thailand to the Philippines and Indonesia are eliminating all trade barriers to agricultural products. Your agricultural products had trade barriers that didn't allow them to be sold in countries that are now saying, oh, please, we'd love to accept your product. So that's great. It's going to be, you're going to see it starting to kick in now for the farmers. And to further help our farmers recover from really a catastrophe of the Biden years, what a period of years that we had. We had a country that was just dead. We had a country that was just not respected by anybody. We had a guy who didn't know where the hell he was. Do you think he worried about his farmer at night? No. He just wanted to go to sleep. This is what we had. This is what we had in our fake election. We recently issued $12 billion in farm relief. We gave them because you were screwed by other countries. I said, how much is the number? To our great Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins. She's doing a great job. I said, Brooke, what's the number? And she said $12 billion, and I wrote a check for $12 billion because we have so much money from the tariffs coming in. So you couldn't have done that before. We're a rich country now. I hope we win that Supreme Court case. You know, we have people that are China-oriented. They're people from literally that very China-oriented and foreign country-oriented trying to stop that. But we'll get it done one way or the other. We're going to do it. If we have to do it a different way, we'll do it. But we're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars. We're doing amazing. Nobody can even believe it. Foreign countries cannot believe what's happened. They're studying us, but it won't work. But I'm also working hard to expand your markets domestically. And in the campaign, I promise to support E15 all year round. Yes. Should I do it, Kaufman? Should I do it? I did. I promised E15 all year round if I get elected. And I want to let you know, and we'll start right now. I was going to put out a statement a week ago. I said, hold it. I'm coming to Iowa to make a speech. I'm not going to put out a truth. I want to be there in person to tell them, the people of Iowa, to know that I am trusting Speaker Mike Johnson, who's great, and Leader John Thune, who's great. That's House and Senate. To find a deal that works, we've got it. for farmers, consumers, and refiners, including small and mid-sized refiners. In other words, to get E15 approved, and they're working on it. They're very close to getting it done. So I just wanted to let you know that. Yeah? Okay? And China will be sending me a bill very shortly supporting year-round E15 to my desk very quickly, and I will sign it without delay. Okay? I hope you remember us for the midterms. You know, the worst thing about the midterms is the fact that no matter what happens, the people that win the presidency, you win even if you're a good president. I think we had the best first year of any president ever, maybe they say. But even if you have any great, it's like in the last 50 years, they've won it twice. Can you believe it? If something happens, there's a screw turns with the voters. So even if it's a Democrat or Republican, whoever wins the presidency has a hard time with the midterm. If we lose the midterms, you'll lose so many of the things that we're talking about, so many of the assets that we're talking about, so many of the tax cuts that we're talking about. And it would lead to very bad things. We got to win the midterms. I mean, I'm here because I love Iowa, but I'm here because we're starting the campaign to win the midterms. We got to win the midterms. That means Senate, and it means House. Got to win them. It's crazy. You know, you think it would be like a 50-50 deal or something. It's like, for some reason, and this is Democrat too. Democrat wins the presidency. For some reason, they lose the midterms. Now, maybe they don't campaign as hard because they've I don't know, but I campaign hard. We got to win the midterms. So remember that you got to get out and you got to vote. The midterms are very important. We're gonna really work hard on winning the midterms. We have great candidates. Again, Senate and House. We have great candidates. We got to win them. And we have candidates that rule with common sense, not this craziness. You know, we're not going to be supporting transgender for all, men and women's sports, open borders. Open borders. The worst is open borders because, you know, I take care of things and, you know, inflation I had to beat very quickly and all, but this open border thing, you know, it's a lot of work. Taking criminals in that they allowed into our country where the jails are opened up. Remember the jails, the prisons all over, from all over the world, they're opened up. The Congo, all over South America, Venezuela, they opened up their jails. We got to get them out. I mean, it's really, really, we can never forget what that group of morons did to this country. We can never forget. And we've got to win the midterms. That's why we've got to win the midterms. As we bring trillions of dollars pouring into our country from overseas, we're also making America affordable again, a problem caused totally by the crooked Joe Biden administration. I mean, you know, I inherited this problem. They say, prices are too high. I just took over. They said, I'll never forget, I come here, I'm in 3 days, I have a news conference 3 days into my administration. What about the price of eggs? They've gone up like 5 times more. I said, I just got here. I didn't know about it. I'm sorry. And we got eggs down very quickly, remember? But I was standing there. I'm so happy. I just want them. I thought the press was going to be so nice. And some lunatic right there, actually. What about the price of eggs? Eggs have gone up. I said, oh, tell me, give me a little, because I don't know. I just got here. I'm sorry. But I fixed it. Now I fixed it pretty much all, but it's going to go down even further. No, but they caused the problem. And then they came up, you know, it's a word that they came up with, affordability. Every time you hear the word, remember, they're the ones that caused the problem. And first time you heard about it was like a few months ago. This election's all about affordability. Well, they're the ones that caused the problem. But nobody knows that. You know, people forget. So they say, oh, affordability, let's vote for the Democrats. It's no, affordability. They caused a tremendous price increases. It was caused by the worst inflation we've ever had. And they come up with this word, affordability. And I saw it even, although you're not hearing it so much anymore. You know why? Because the prices are coming down so much. They don't want it to be an election based on lower prices. But we're bringing down the lower, I like that term better. It's the lower prices. We're bringing them down. But we inherited the highest prices in the history of our country. And we've rapidly brought them down. And that's what we want to do. Did you ever see them where they're being interviewed? This will be an election on affordability. And I say that, but they never talk about it after. That's all they say. They just say affordability, but they never do anything, Mr. Chairman, right? They never say, they don't talk about what do they mean. So everyone says, you know, look, you people are doing a lot of things. You're not into politics that much, although you like it. You like Trump, but you're not into politics. But you're not going to go back and examine. All you know is, oh, therefore, I guess that means they did a good job. They almost destroyed our country. They were pricing you out. When gasoline's at $4.50 and now it's at $1, I was told, you know, I was saying $1.99 today in Iowa. I was told that it was $1.85 it hit a gallon in Iowa. And you know, that's like a massive tax cut. It's actually like a massive tax cut. So the Biden nightmare cost a typical American family $34,000 in 4 years. But after 1 year of Trump, real wages are already up more than $2,000. Think of it. That's a $5,000 swing, much faster. Wages have gone up much faster. Think of this than inflation. With him, it was just the opposite. Wages in the United States in the last year have gone up. And remember, the first part of the year, actually you could say almost the first year, I was fixing the country from the horror show that we inherited. Grocery prices, airfares, hotels, car payments, and rent prices have all come down, and they've come down very fast. And thanks to our tax cuts, millions of Americans will soon receive record-setting tax refunds, an average of more than $1,000. Think of that, $1,000 compared to last year, $1,000 just in what you're going to save with some of the tax cuts. And that number goes up exponentially over the course of 4 years. So it's amazing. It's called the Great Big Beautiful Bill. You know, one other thing that you get that's I thought was so great. I came up with it. You know, very rich people get deductions. Middle income people don't get deductions. They never had to. I said, why is it that when a rich person buys something, they get a deduction on interest, but when somebody that's working like hell, they don't get it if they want to buy a car? And I said, why can't somebody buying a car in America, only if it's made in America, if it's made in some other country, we have no interest. So I got it approved in the Great Big Beautiful Bill. You get a full tax deduction against your income tax. You get a full tax deduction. Think of it. If you purchase a car in America, if you borrow money, the interest that you're paying on that borrowed money is a full deduction for your tax purposes. And that's a tremendous deal. And you know what? It's also great for the car companies, because the car companies are going to be making a lot more cars that they couldn't believe it. And I got it passed. So just remember me as you take those deductions, please. The king of deductions. No, but it was always unfair the way a lot of people got treated. You take that deduction. One of those who will be seeing a big benefit thanks to our tax cuts is Erica Perltel. Where's Erica? Is she here? Erica? Where is Erica? Right here. Where is she? Oh, she's so beautiful. I'm not allowed to say that anymore. If I say a woman is beautiful, that's the end of your political career, you know. But she is beautiful. How are you? Congratulations. What a good story. She's the general manager at Whiskey River Bar in Ankeny, Iowa, which, as you know, I visited strongly a couple of times in the campaign. And Erica's been able to hire many new employees, and they're each going to be taking home thousands and thousands of dollars extra because of the no tax on tips. And she's got a lot more people wanting to work for her, too, because of that no tax on tips. That's just one of many. How's that working out, Erica? Good? You want to come up and say a few words? Come on up, Erica. You want to come on up? And while she's coming up, also with us is Judy Waldron from Davenport. Judy works part-time as a bartender, and her husband, Chris, is an electrician who works hours on overtime each week. Their family is going to save thousands of dollars on no tax on overtime and no tax on tips, which they'll use to prepare for retirement. And I want to thank you, Judy. Where's Judy? Come here. Where's Judy? Come on up, Judy. Get up here. Come on up. They're totally unprepared for this, but what the hell, right? Say a few words. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, President Trump. No tax on tips is huge for everyone in the service industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I would just like to say the same thing. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Annie. Good luck. Thank you, guys. I refuse to say they're beautiful. I refuse. But they're beautiful. Do all people look like that in Iowa? I don't think so. Thank you both. Congratulations, too. Great. That's great. We're not supposed to come up, but I looked at both of them and I said, get up here. We're also pleased to be joined by Governor Kim Reynolds. Kim, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Kim. Great. A man who's become a real star, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Scott. He's become a star. He's done a real job. He knows his business. And he's a big cutter. He cuts a lot of things. Small Business Administrator, another real star, Kelly Loeffler. Kelly. Thank you, Kelly. Thanks, Kelly. Great person. Those are great people. Also with us are Representatives Ashley Hinson. These are people running for office. We have to vote them. Randy Feenstra, Marionette Miller Meeks, and Zach Nunn. I want to thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And I want to tell you that they're all great and they're all running and they should be in good shape, but you got to get out and vote. Got to get out and vote. Iowa Attorney General Brenna Bird. Where's Brenna? Hi, Brenna. Boy, she was early to endorse me. She was so early. We appreciate it. We'll never forget that. That was great. Thanks a lot, Brenna. And you're doing well. I hear you're doing great, right? Thank you. She's running again. You got to vote for her. State House Majority Leader Bobby Kaufman. Bobby. Guys, you gotta move her there. Thank you, Bobby. Great job. Great family. Former State Senate President Leader. Now, I have to tell you about this guy. He endorsed me, the first person in the entire United States of America. It was a year before I even knew I was running, he endorsed me. He endorsed me because he thought I would be good. I wasn't even thinking about running. He was so early. He was the first person in the United States before my wife, before my kids. State Senate President. He's a Marlboro man. He looks like the Brad Zahn. Where's Brad? Where are you, Brad? Come on up here. Get up here, Brad. And state representatives Heather Hora, Derek Wolf, Brooke Bowden, and many other wonderful members of the Iowa State House. I want to thank you all for being here. Brad, you got to say, look at this guy. Can you talk, Brad?
Well, it's an honor to be here. And, you know, my wife is a Fox News junkie, and she loves Laura Ingraham. And I tell her, I said, enjoy every second because you are the GOAT. Promises made, promises kept. Thank you.
Great job. He's the Marlboro man, right? He could do that, do whatever he wants. He was so early. I said, who the hell is that guy in Iowa that keeps endorsing me? Thank you, Brad. We won't forget. The Trump administration has done more in 12 months than most administrations achieve in 4 years or 8 years, and we've done a lot. I've recently introduced my plan to repair the damage of the Unaffordable Care Act, the worst disaster, which now costs many families more than a mortgage. If you look, a number came out, it's a bigger cost than a mortgage, and it's bad health care. Obamacare was created to make insurance companies rich with government subsidies. I want all that money that gets paid to the insurance companies to get paid directly to the people. That's all I want. So that you can buy better health care at a lower cost. The problem is the Democrats don't want to do that because they are owned by the insurance companies. So they say, oh, we don't want to do that. I want the money to be paid to the people to go out and buy their own health care. You'll buy much better health care. You have a lot of money left over. And I'm also making it a lot easier to buy a thing called a house, the American dream. Last week, I signed an executive order to ban Wall Street and large institutional investors from buying up all the single-family homes in America. Because we don't want America to become a nation of renters, and that's what they force happen. I mean, you have these companies, they own 5,000 houses, 20,000. One has hundreds of thousands of houses. We don't want that. We want people to be able to buy houses. At the same time, I want to keep the value of the house very high of those people who already own a house. We're not forgetting about them because they don't necessarily match those two things. You know, we get the prices down. Well, what does that do? Very important to me, more important to me, is, you know, people have become rich by owning their home. We're going to keep them nice and rich. Is that okay? You know, nobody... I'll bet you've never heard that before, right? But people own a home, and for the first time, their home, it's a certain... We're not going to bring that price down. I want to say, let them be rich. But we're strengthening Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac that you've heard about. And in the last 12 months, those institutions have supported over 22,000 Iowa families in purchasing or refinancing and saved over 3,000 Iowa families from losing their homes. We've come out and really helped a lot of people keep your home. And despite a bad Fed chairman, a guy that has no, we call him too late. He's too late. Jerome Too Late Powell, he's too late. He wasn't too late before the Democrats on the election, then he was too early. But he wants to keep rates as high as possible. Despite that, we've driven rates down. You know, when you're really good, you can get them down despite everything, because ultimately it just sort of follows nature. Mortgage interest rates are now at the lowest level in 3 years, and new mortgage applications are up 30%. By the way, well, we have a great Fed chairman. I think we're going to have one. I'll announce it pretty soon. You'll see rates come down a lot. And refinancings are up 100% compared to the end of the Biden term. Up 100%. We're also working tirelessly to bring back a thing called law and order. You know, there was a time... So there was a time that you weren't allowed to use the words law and order. I like that guy. You weren't allowed to use the term law and order. You weren't allowed to use the term Christmas. Merry Christmas, everybody, right? Remember that 2016? I ran on, we're going to bring back Christmas. We did. Now they're afraid to suggest it, but we brought that back. But law and order, we need law and order. And we have the lowest crime rate now in the history of our country. That's good, but we'll do even better. And as everyone is aware, we've totally and completely closed the southern border with little fanfare, but tremendous success. When the southern border is closed, nobody's coming in. That's right. Nobody is able to come into a country except for those that come in legally. We want to have people come in legally. We need people to come in legally, but they have to show that they can love our country, not hate our country. They have to show that they're not going to blow up our shopping centers, blow up our farms, kill people. They're coming in legally, but they cannot come in unless they come in legally into our country, and we're letting some great people come in. They have to show that they can love our country. They have to be proud. Not like Ilhan Omar. Did you see that wise guy? You know, she's always talking about the Constitution, you know, provides me with the following. You know, the Constitution, she comes from a country that's a disaster. It's considered, I think, it's not even a country, okay? It barely has a government. I don't think it does. They're good at one thing, pirates. But they don't do that anymore. You know why? Because they get the same treatment from us as the drug dealers get. Boom, boom, boom. I don't care what ship they're attacking. When they attack, when we see them going in, ping, that's the end of that. It's amazing. You know, I don't know if you know, drugs coming in by water is down 97%. And we're trying to find out who the other 3% is, because we consider them the bravest people in the world. Who the hell are the 3%? But it's down 97%. And now we're taking them down on the land. The land is much easier than the sea. You had to do the sea first, but the sea is done. We haven't exactly helped the luxury fishing business, I would say. Would you like to go fishing? No, thank you. Let's go deep sea fishing today. Let's go on a little boat deep sea fishing. Sorry about that. But it's down 97%. We've done a job. I'll tell you, we've made our country respected again. The greatest military. We have the greatest military in the world. You know, I rebuilt our military in our first term, and we have the greatest military in the world. So you read much about Minnesota, where, unbeknownst to the public, we have brought down crime very substantially in Minnesota. We've taken out thousands of hard criminals, hardened, vicious, horrible criminals. You don't read about things like Washington, D.C., where there is virtually no crime, and it was horrible a year and a half ago. Memphis, Tennessee, which was a real disaster, and now it's down. Crime has dropped by 78% in the last 2 months. New Orleans, Louisiana. I was asked by the governor of Louisiana to help them with New Orleans. It was a disaster, and crime is down 54% in about 3 weeks. You don't read about that. And we've done all of this by taking thousands of criminals out of these states. We took over 2,000 people out of Washington, D.C. These were criminals. You know, if you remember, about 2% of the population, it's a very simple business. 2% of the population causes 90% of the crime. So when you start decimating that 2%, boom, that's why we have to, it's an amazing number when you think. It's just crime over and over and over. 2% creates 90% of the crime. Isn't that amazing? It's not that complicated, is it? In 1 year, we've achieved the largest drop in the murder rate in the history of our country. Drug overdose deaths are down by 21%, the largest drop ever recorded. We got to do better than that. And I've designated the drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. Big deal. And despite the strong efforts of the fake news media, we are starting to see the historic success reflected in tremendous polls. We have great polls. In last week's Rasmussen poll, we're leading among Hispanic voters. We're leading by a lot. Nobody's ever seen a Republican lead among Hispanic voters. You know, Hispanic voters don't want crime. People don't realize that. Hispanic voters want strong borders because they know what's coming in and they don't want them. They're great. They've been great. We did so great in the election with Hispanic voters. We did so great with black men. We did so great with white everything. In yesterday's RMG poll, a clear majority of Americans support our deportation policies by a margin of 10%. Now, I don't know why 10%, because I don't think it's even, I mean, wouldn't you say like 100%? Who the hell would be against? Maybe somebody that hates our country. In a recent Harvard-Harris poll found that 80% of Americans support our unprecedented operation to deport criminal aliens. In other words, 80%, that's more like it, of the people support our operation to remove really dangerous, bad people out of our country. And in a Reuters poll that just came out, Republicans are leading on the economy by a lot and leading on immigration by a lot. And the crime, they're leading by a real lot, by almost 20 points. And in real clear politics average net approval, the Republican Party is more than 10 points more popular than Democrats. And I don't even understand that. How can 10 points is considered a lot? But to me, I mean, how is it 10 points when we've done all these things? They've done only destroying our country. They are destroying, they would destroy. I'm telling you, if Kamala won, or any of them, I think Gavin Newsom is worse because, I mean, he's destroyed California. If they win, that group, that ideology wins, you will be Venezuela on steroids. And I've said it for years. And you know what? They will destroy our country. The country would have been destroyed already. We're fully rebuilding the U.S. military with more than $1 trillion we're spending on the military. And in June, we obliterated Iran's nuclear capacity in Operation Midnight Hammer. You saw that. People have been waiting for 22 years to do that, and we were right at the end. They were about a month away from having a nuclear weapon. We had to do it. And by the way, there's another beautiful armada floating beautifully toward Iran right now. So we'll see. I hope they make a deal. I hope they make a deal. They should have made a deal the first time they'd have a country. And just weeks ago, at a spectacular operation in Venezuela, we brought the outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro to face American justice. In one of the most brilliant, lethal, quick, they've never seen violent operations ever seen, military operations ever seen. Nobody was killed, not on their side. A lot of people, unfortunately, I have to say a lot. We went into a very big, powerful military base with a group of unbelievable, talented, patriotic people that love our country. You couldn't hold them back. You know, the weather was off for 3 nights. It was not good, so I delayed it. The next night it was okay, but not great. I said, General, sir, they're ready to go. Sir, they're okay. I said, but the weather's a little bad. They said, sir, they're ready to go. I said, God bless you, General. And boy, did they do a job. Joe Biden and his allies, in conclusion, in Congress did everything they could to destroy our country, but they failed. And today, after just 1 year since my second inauguration, you know, we have a new hat. It's called America is Back. America is back. Our border is secure. Our spirit is restored. Inflation is stopped. Incomes are up. Prices are down. Our economy is roaring. Our workers are thriving. And our country is winning again, winning like never before. We've never had a period of time like this. You've never had a period of time. I just left a great group of people from Iowa, and half of them were crying as they talked to me. I don't think they were crying because I'm doing a bad job. You know, in theory, you'd cry if you do a bad. They were crying because I've done a good job. Sir, they said, sir, you've brought our country back. Crying. One woman was fantastic. She grabbed me and she put her head right there, and her tears are pouring all over my beautiful suit. I figured I'd get it. And I checked it out, and there was a lot of makeup all over. I said, what the hell am I going to do? I got get myself in trouble. No, but she was crying, and I said, don't cry. Be happy. Be happy. With the help of the incredible people of Iowa, we're repairing 4 long years of disaster and decline, and we're beginning what will be known as the greatest years in the history of our country. I believe that, too. We are entering a period that will be called the golden age of America. That's what's happening. So together with all of you, and you were with me from the beginning, all 3 times we won by a lot. I don't know if you remember, but before I got involved, this was really a Democrat state. You know that. I don't want to bring it up. And then I came along, and it wasn't a Democrat very long, and our great chairman did such a good job. Boy, oh boy, you could do anything. I've offered him, come to Washington, take any position. But he likes it. He just doesn't want to leave. I think you just want to stay in Iowa. I don't blame you. But you are fantastic. But we've won all 3 times by a lot. But until we came along, this used to be a Democrat state, and then we turned it. Barack Hussein Obama, have you heard of him? He won both times, didn't he win both? He won twice, you know. Barack Hussein Obama, wonderful president, really brought people together, didn't he? But Barack Obama won twice, you know, and so everyone said, well, Iowa, you know, they had this down as not winnable, and we won in a landslide. 3 times we won in a landslide, so. Together with all of you, the citizens from all across this incredible, beautiful land, we will make America powerful again. Oh, we've done it. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. That's happening. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And most importantly, we will make America great again. Thank you, Iowa. Thank you. Thank you.
Short on your dough, you can stay there, and I'm sure you will find many ways to have a good time. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. They have everything for young men to enjoy. You can hang out with all the boys. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. You can get yourself clean. You can have a good meal. You can do whatever you feel. Young man, are you listening to me? I said, young man, what do you want to be? I said, young man, you can make real your dreams, but you got to know this one thing. No man does it all by himself. I said, young man, put your pride on the shelf and just go there to the YMCA. I'm sure they can help you today. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. They have everything for young men to enjoy. You can hang out with all the boys. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. You can get yourself clean. You can have a good meal. You can do whatever you feel. Young man, I was once in your shoes. I said I was down and out with the blues. I felt no man cared if I were alive. I felt the whole world was so tired. That's when someone came up to me and said, young man, take a walk up the street. It's a place there. YMCA. It's fun to stay at the
Yes, but they're all going to be coming too. You're going to have some competition, but you'll be ahead of them. If congressional Democrats had their way this year, would right now be facing the largest tax hike. So they wanted to give you, this is what I was running against, the largest tax hike in the history of our country. I wanted to give you the largest tax cut in the history of our country. And if they won, this country would be cratering right now. It would be cratering. So I've cut a record number of job-killing regulations. The reason our job numbers are so good, and remember this, I've cut hundreds of thousands of federal jobs. Now, if I didn't do that, our numbers would be even more through the roof. Or I could get them. You know what they do? In order to have decent numbers, they hire 1 million people. You hire 1 million people, all of a sudden you're down to 3.5%. We don't do that. We get rid of that job where you have 10 jobs for every, you have 10 people for every job. And they are all now, and they hated me. They hated me. Now they love me. You know why? They all got jobs in the private sector, making twice as much money as they made from the federal government, sometimes much more than that. So a year ago, they hated me, and now they love me. But it includes dozens of burdensome regulations that were crushing our amazing farmers. We love our farmers. We won this thing. I think I'm at 97% with farmers. Well, who the hell is voting for Kamala? You know, it was a crazy election because we were doing great against Biden. Our hope, nobody even knew who the hell Kamala was. All I knew is she was the border czar. We had millions of people pouring through, and she was the border czar. So I like that. But I will tell you, the amazing, we didn't know much about her. And, you know, when you're running a campaign, you're focused on the person you're running against. So we're running against Sleepy Joe Biden. Crooked, I call him Crooked Joe, Sleepy Joe. They're both accurate. And we're running against him. All of us, and he's way down in the polls, down by a lot. And all of a sudden, they take him out and they put a new. This is like, I told Dana White the other night, it's like taking a fighter, putting him in, he's getting the hell beat out of him, you take him out, and you put a new fighter in. I said, that's not fair, but that's what happened to me. The stuff that happened to me can only happen to me. But I repealed the Biden's EPA ridiculous water restrictions to keep federal bureaucrats off your land and out of your business. That was a big one. That was a big one. I terminated the so-called diesel exhaust fluid requirement. You know what that is? Saving family farmers more than $1 billion a year. And we're going to do a lot more. We're going to do something on tractors. You know, they never took we did it with cars. We took all that nonsense off the cars. You couldn't start your car. You'd have to go to MIT to get somebody to fix your car with all the crap they had on it in order to save a quarter of a glass of this much little tiny bit of gas. These people are crazy. And I'm going to do that, I think, for tractors, too, because we're going to get the tractors back where you don't have to be a PhD in order to start your tractor, in order to keep the environment clean. So much nonsense. I think it makes the environment dirty, actually. And very importantly, on day one, I kept my promise to the people of Iowa and abolished the insane electric vehicle mandate, which would have obligated you to go out and buy an electric car, but it would have obliterated a thing called ethanol. Do you like ethanol? Is it big? A lot of people are asking me about ethanol. I don't know. Do you want me to do something with ethanol? Maybe. After years of the United States getting ripped off by other countries on trade, I'm standing up for the workers and the farmers of our country like no other president has ever. No other president's done this. I mean, no other president has done this. I could have had an ACC presidency. I'd probably have this little piece of ear back, you know. Could have it, and I wouldn't have to listen to lunatics like this up there. I wouldn't have to listen. Isn't that nice? Thank you. Boy, they're good here. Do we love our law enforcement? They work very quickly. But under Sleepy Joe, we had the largest trade deficit in world history. But in 1 year, I've slashed our gaping trade deficit by a staggering 77%. How about that? What about that? That's pretty good, right? 77. Nobody's ever seen that. You know, if you slash your trade deficit by 1%, you're like a genius. They say, oh, he's very electable. He's not so electable. I did 77. I did something else, favored nations on drugs. We now are paying the lowest price anywhere in the world for drugs. In other words, matching favored nations. It's called most favored nations. Every other president tried for it. They didn't try very hard. They didn't get anything. I got it done. I got all the nations to agree. You think that was easy? I said, if you don't agree, we're going to put tariffs on you. They said, we agree. We agree. So you'll have a pill that costs $10, as an example, costs $10 in London, costs $130 in Des Moines, and now it's going to cost $20. Think of it. You'll go from $130 down to $20. It's the biggest price reduction of prescription drugs in history. And going to have a huge impact on your health care, too. I was very proud of it. And you know, the fake news, I can't get them to talk about it. Think of it. I got the biggest price reduction in history on drugs, pharmaceuticals. I can't get these guys to talk about it. It was page like 22 in the New York Times, a little story. I just got the biggest. I can't believe it. If a Democrat got a half a point down, this is like hundreds of, depending on the way you want to calculate it, you could say it's an 80% reduction, or you could say it's 1,000% reduction. You could say whatever you want, but it's the biggest reduction in history by many, many times. I did something because we were subsidizing the entire world. We were paying 10 times, in many cases, more money than the rest of the world. And I said it wasn't fair. And I got it done. And everyone said you could. They said, you'll never get other countries to agree. They said, yeah. I said, yes, I will. They said, you'll never get the other countries to agree. I got the drug companies. That was not easy, I want to tell you, but that was not so bad. But they even told me, we'll agree to it, but you'll never get the other countries. I said, 100% I will. Why wouldn't I get them? And I called Macron of France. I said, you got to double the price of your drugs. He said, no, I will not do that. What was the story with his glasses the other day? What the hell was that all about? But anyway, I got them all. I don't want to go into a long story. Bottom line, I said, I'm going to increase tariffs by 25. I'm going to charge you 25% tariff if you don't do it. They said, we will do it. Why don't you ask? We'd love to do it. So I got something done that no other president could have gotten done, and no other president. I don't even think they tried. You want to know the truth? You think Biden was thinking about it? He just was thinking about how the hell to get off the stage. Remember, the guy could never find that. You have so many ways. You can jump off the front if it really gets. You got stairs all over the place. The guy could never find his way off the stage. This was not a good sign. But I made new fair trade deals with countries covering half of all U.S. trade. You do know they're paid agitators, right? They're paid. They get paid. You know, do you ever see their signs? You know, we used to have protests, and you'd have guys making a sign in a basement. These are all paid agitators. That's all they are. They get paid to go, and they don't even know what, when they interview them, why are you here? I don't know. They have no idea. They're paid insurrectionists, really, in some cases. They're sickos. But I've made new fair trade deals with countries covering half of all U.S. trade, scoring giant wins for the farmers, ranchers, and agricultural producers like no other president has ever done. That's why I got such a tremendous vote from the farmers, and I love you too. I do love you too. So Japan will now allow the United States to supply up to 100% of automotive ethanol, and import large amounts of aviation biofuels from the United States. That's great for you. That was part of the deal that we made. The United Kingdom will import nearly $1 billion of ethanol. That's part of their deal. Australia is allowing American beef into its market for the first time in more than 20 years. Did you know that? And beef is doing great, and we got to get the prices down a little bit, and they're starting to come down pretty much. China has agreed to purchase over $40 billion of U.S.-grown soybeans. You know that. You're selling them. They're selling them. And I went to President Xi, and he's upping it. I mean, it's $40 billion. The European Union will dramatically increase purchases of American pork, dairy, and soybean oil. They never did that before. They're all doing things that they never did before because you have a certain president that's a little bit different from the presidents that you had before. And nations from Cambodia to Thailand to the Philippines and Indonesia are eliminating all trade barriers to agricultural products. Your agricultural products had trade barriers
cars right now. We're running out of them, but right now.
Thank you. Be careful out there.
Test 1, 2, 3. Test, test, test.
They want me to do the first welcome to the North Side, to the Urban League, and I know the congressman will do the next one, but just say welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's what I was told to do.
Tell us who you are.
Al Flowers, don't Google me, but Al Flowers.
Are you sure? Will I say anything else?
Yeah, okay then, yeah. Now we got somebody from the office here.
Hey everybody, I'm Jean Heyer. I'm the district director. We have our staff here tonight. Rep Omar's running a little late. We'll start in about 10 minutes. She's on her way, stuck in traffic. The format for tonight is, we do a town hall almost every month. I know many of you have probably been to one before. What will happen is we're going to have some local representatives who represent this area speak to you, and Rep Omar will give an update, and then we take questions from the audience. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask me or look for one of our staff members, and we'll start in about 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Here's the mic. You want to sit away? You stand up because you're going to go right away. Okay. Here's Senator Bobby Joe Champion. He's going to kick us off.
First of all, let me start by saying thank you for being here. And even in the absence of our wonderful Congresswoman, we are happy that you are here tonight. I want you to know that I know that we are experiencing some real challenges these days, and I want to acknowledge that. And before I go further in my comments, you also know that we have Councilmember Vita that's here. Can you give her a hand, along with Councilmember Pearl Warren, Hennepin County Commissioner. She's also known as the She's our Hennepin County President. And my wonderful partner in crime, I say, in our Senate District, Representative Abaje. Will you give them a hand, please? Now, notice that I'm sort of taking control for a second, right? Only because they asked me to, so I don't want you to think that I'm just standing up like, who is this guy who's standing up talking to us? I am state senator and president of the Minnesota Senate. I'm Bobby Joe Champion, and you're in our wonderful Senate district, so welcome to the district. And I do want to start by saying, in the absence of Congresswoman Omar, that I want to thank her for inviting me here tonight for an update and talk about what we've been doing. But also, I want to thank her publicly for being such a fearless leader in our 5th Congressional District. Can we give her a hand in her absence? And as I mentioned, that we have been experiencing some real challenges, here. But I want to say thank you to those who have been constitutional observers, and thank you to those who have helped provide food and legal advice, support, and comfort to our fellow Minnesotans and neighbors. Can we give them and all of you a hand for that? You probably know this because you've heard this probably from your friends and family, that the eyes of the nation and the world are on Minnesota. I've heard people from Chicago. I also heard from other Senate presidents who've called me from Maryland and from Colorado and from other places, and they've been sending us positive energy, and what they've been saying more than anything is, we are standing with Minnesota. And I want you to know, all those who've been out there and working and making sure that we take care of our neighbors, I want to say thank you. What I also want to say is that during these uncertain times, I've worked to provide legal support, because most of you, or some of you, probably know that I'm a lawyer. And some of the work that I've been doing alongside my immigration attorney friends have been, helping those individuals who unfortunately were detained by ICE. And some of them need to, know, and families need to know where they are and what are some of their legal rights. And so we've been working really hard in order to make sure that we can give them the support they need, and the families what they need. Because when you get detained by ICE and you don't know what's going on, and guess what? A lot of them are U.S. citizens. So it's unfamiliar territory. And so we've been making sure that we've been helping them. Now, here's the other thing that I've been doing along with Viviana Salazar. We've been making sure families, regardless of their circumstances, are prepared in the event that they're detained by ICE. Like, for an example, we've been doing delegations of parental authority. Some people call that a DOPA. What that is as a parent, if you believe that you're going to be detained, or it's possible that you could be detained, you want to make plans for your family. And you want to make plans for your children. And so we make sure that if they're able to talk to a neighbor, a friend, or someone, to say, in the event that I need you, I've signed a document that says that you'll make sure that my 5-year-old or my 2-year-old is okay. And so we've been helping families with those. Again, we call it a DOPA, but it's a delegation of parental authority. Another thing that I've been working on along with Viviana Salazar is making sure families also have what we call power of attorneys, but not a normal power of attorney. It has expanded rights. So if someone signs it, for an example, one of the things that we've been noticing is that if someone is detained, and unfortunately, they are sometimes sent to Texas right away. And sometimes we got to fight to get them back and fight to make sure that they have a plan. But let's say, for an example, a family says, you know what, in the event that I'm going to get deported or if anything was to happen to me, and you have my child here in the great state of Minnesota, I want to make sure that I have the possibility of reuniting with my child. And if you do not, the person who is taking care of him, if they do not have the authority to be able to travel with that child, there's a problem about them being reunified. And so we've been making sure that there's that extended power of attorney and families know about those things. Another thing that we did, and you will hear a little more about, is not long ago we had a Know Your Rights virtual event. And with our Know Your Rights, we had the ACLU, we had the Attorney General's office, we had a representative from North Point, so folks would know about food and what could be done, whether it's delivery or whether it's extended hours that people could have that opportunity. Commissioner Barnett was also with us from the city of Minneapolis, and some of the conversation has circled around, well, why is it that MPD can't arrest ICE agents? Right? I know you're thinking, well, I want to know that too, right? And so we talked about that and what are some of the challenges, but what are some of the things that we can do in real time. But I want you to know that we did that Know Your Rights, and we had it virtually, because one of the things that Representative Bajay and all of us talked about, along with City Council members Vita and Warren, what we talked about was by doing it virtually, we wanted to make sure anybody who wanted to attend to get the information could also attend. And so that's why we did it 100% virtually. And we had over 200 people who showed up. And I must admit, in the beginning, we got so many people that we had to extend the capacity because we didn't have enough space in the very beginning. And so I want to thank, right in the back there, you'll see two ladies who work so diligently. So anything I'm doing along with other things, you'll see Shamika Bogan right there. If you turn around, she's waving. Will you give Shamika Bogan a hand? It sounds like Shamika Bogan has a fan here if nobody else has a fan here. And the other young lady that you see there, so Shamika is my executive assistant to the president, but the other young lady is Taylor Bennett. She is my committee legislative assistant. Can you give her a hand as well? So that's going to lead me to here. In anticipation of the upcoming legislative session, people have said, well, what are you going to do? We know what you're doing on the streets. We know that you're working hard with our friends and neighbors. What are some of the things that you're going to do possibly when the next legislative session starts? So I want to start with the first thing. We've been hearing from a number of businesses that have been affected by all these ICE raids in the presence of ICE. So there are people who are not going to work because they're afraid, as well as there are individuals who are U.S. citizens who won't go to restaurants and won't come out the house also. So businesses are suffering. And so there's been a lot of discussion about, is there anything that we can do to provide some support to businesses? That is something that we'll think about and try to figure out whether that is possible, because as you know, we got to think about and look at whether we have the wherewithal, money that is. So whenever I say wherewithal, somebody say money, okay? In order to make it happen, right? Because we know the other pressures that we're also receiving from the federal government, where they're stopping payment and stopping certain programs. So we have to think about all those things in real time. But as the president of the Senate, but I'm also chair of Jobs and Economic Development, that is something that we are going to talk about. And let me also say this. One of the other things that we're working on is I'm looking, along with Representative Long and Senator Fateh, introduction of policy that would allow us personally to sue the federal government for violating our constitutional rights, whether our First Amendment right, whether it's our Fourth Amendment right, whatever it is. We're also exploring making it unlawful for law enforcement, or ICE in particular, to not wear masks. We want to make sure that they're not able to wear masks. And we know that even though we've been dealing a lot with ICE and those sort of things, we still have to look back and make sure that we are responsive to those families who have died by way of gun violence. And we want to ban assault weapons as well as ban high-capacity weapons. So I'm going to quickly end because Shamika's giving me this sign right here because that usually means hurry up. So if you have any other ideas, please let us know. I'm certainly sure that you can let Representative Abaze know as well. We have to work to do a couple things. One is we have to work to maintain and elect a House and Senate majority to protect and advance our gains. We do not want to go backwards. And so we want to make sure, even though it feels uncomfortable to talk about caucuses, we still have to think about having a long-term strategy. Because we can't let the same people represent us in Congress. We got to get some people in Congress that's going to do some work. And from my vantage point, we also must elect a Democratic valued governor. We want to make sure that we got someone in the governor's mansion who's going to support us. And I mentioned this, we know that there's some congressional and other constitutional seats that are up. I just want you to know that it's important for us to think about our future. So even though we're in the present and we have to deal with the challenges of the day, but we also have to deal with the future. And how do we make sure we chart a course? And how do we make sure that we create a pathway towards victory? So thank you so very much. Thank you for having me. I got to run, and it's not because I'm bored by the conversation, but it's because I have to go someplace else. So give yourselves a hand for being here. And now we're going to Commissioner Irene Fernando. So thank you so very much. Thank you, Commissioner.
Give it up for President Champion, everybody. And round of applause for Congresswoman Omar's staff who's here. Hi, everyone. I'm Hennepin County Commissioner Irene Fernando, but you can call me Commish. I use she, her pronouns. I'm a very proud Northsider, and I'm a very, very proud child of immigrants. I first want to say what's happening right now in Minnesota and across the country. We have reports in Maine, we have reports in Utah. It is inhumane, unlawful, and unconstitutional from my perspective. It is unprecedented that we are in this moment, but unfortunately, some of the behavior we're seeing is predictable. There's a playbook that is concentrating power far, far away from the people, and only through our democratic systems, through the First Amendment of protest and assembly and voice that everyone has been contributing to, will we be able to make it to the other side of this. And so I want to honor Renee Good and Alex Preddy's humanity and express that many leaders, many of your leaders, we are seeking to strategize how we can ensure that we are protecting every single person's constitutional rights and that we are pushing back on this encroachment on our civil liberties. So want to express that. Raise your hand if you're familiar with the differences between county, state, and city. Okay, awesome, love that. So I am privileged to represent District 2. There are 7 county commissioners on the 7-person county board. I'm the youngest woman to ever serve on the county board. I'm the first Filipino American elected in the state of Minnesota, and I'm our first board chair of color in 174-year history. And I see the actual person of the hour has arrived, so I will keep it very, very direct. County is primarily here for services. We are the primary government mandated to care for the vulnerable. That's foster care, that's SNAP, that's our elderly, it's our children, that's people in need. Our federal reality right now is that they are not funding food, healthcare, and housing. And it seems as though they have reprioritized kidnapping, violence, and family separation. And so from a Hennepin County perspective, our primary legislative priority is to ensure that we are identifying a reliable non-property tax revenue source to stabilize our healthcare system, to continue the public health that the federal government has concluded, and then to further prioritize public health priorities such as domestic violence and gun violence. Our top priority is for the health and well-being, ensuring that we have the funds to continue the last 5-10 years of really strong work. Hennepin has brought down homelessness. Hennepin has ended functional homelessness for veterans. We were able to stabilize economically during the pandemic, and we have sought to expand the mental health resources, both in public safety response as well as with our young people. So we will need everyone's voices coming together to fight for our shared humanity without apology. And that is the commitment that I will make to you. That I know that's a commitment of every single elected official who's up here. And without further ado, may I bring up on the stage our very own CD5 Congresswoman, Ilhan Omar.
Thank you, Kamish, and thank you to our Senate President, Bobby Joe Champion. Now I would like to turn it over to your representative, Representative Esther Abaje.
Oh, well, thank you, everyone, and thank you again, Congresswoman Omar. We really appreciate the invitation and all the work that you're doing for us in Washington. Particularly, you are one of the strongest voices standing up against the lawlessness of this federal government, so thank you. My name is Esther Agbaje. I represent House District 59B in the Minnesota House of Representatives, which is where you are right now, so welcome. Again, as Senator Champion and the Commissioner said, I do just want to say thank you to all those who are out there on the front lines, putting your body on the line for our constitutional rights. Thank you so much for the work that you're doing. And then for those of you who are doing the mutual aid, the fundraising, the dropping kids off at school, picking them up, helping your neighbors get to and from doctor's appointments, all of that is seen and necessary, and we thank you so much for the work that you're doing. I was asked to talk today mostly about kind of things that we're working on in this time period. So in Minnesota, the legislature isn't in yet. We go back in about 2.5 weeks, but we have still been working really hard with our executive partners in the governor's office to make sure that we are trying to protect people in Minnesota. So we're engaged with them all the time. Some of the things that we're talking about that we either want to bring forward as legislation or that we want to see if we can get done before the legislature opens again is really focused on ensuring that we're protecting the rights of Minnesotans, which is why our Attorney General has filed multiple lawsuits against this federal government to show that they cannot do this overreach that they're doing, that they cannot trample on our First Amendment rights and our Fourth Amendment rights and our Second Amendment rights. And he's been doing a wonderful job in that space, and I know that there's been some back and forth with which temporary restraining order is going up now, where's the appeal, where's that, but we know that that office is on top of it to make sure that we will win in the end. We also know that we're pushing on the governor's office as well to figure out a way to ensure that people can stay housed during this time. One of the fallouts from a lot of this ICE operation is that people are not going to work. People's businesses are either shortening their hours or they're closing. And that makes it really hard to make money to be able to pay rent, pay utilities. A lot of that is getting covered kind of one-on-one through mutual aid, but we know that we need to have a larger network to kind of meet that need. So there's a lot of discussion about whether that takes the form of an eviction moratorium, whether that takes the form of extending our eviction notice. Right now we have a 14-day eviction notice in the state of Minnesota. We want to make that a 30-day notice. And also looking at other tools to try to ramp up where we can, pushing rental assistance out more. So those are the types of conversations that we've been having. And of course, we're also having conversations to make sure that ISIS stays out of our hospitals and out of our schools, because those are places where we know that they should not be, and they should not be terrorizing our community there. As we move forward into the session, as much as we're going to work on bills to strengthen Minnesota's laws to push back against ICE, from, as you heard from Senator Champion, making sure that federal agents do not wear masks, making sure that federal agents can be held accountable through a private action to sue. We're also looking at ways to make sure that they don't use chemical irritants in our streets, particularly here on the north side. On the north side, I think 2 Wednesdays ago, we had an ICE operation here that threw a lot of tear gas into our neighborhoods. This is also one of the neighborhoods that has the highest rates of asthma in children in the state of Minnesota. That is detrimental to our health, right? So this is more than just pushing back on ICE, but making sure that we stay and live in a healthy community. And similarly, we're also looking to make sure that there's more investigative authority in our county systems rather than trying to centralize everything, particularly if we want to be sure that we can get that evidence that we need to prosecute ICE agents. So those are some of the things that we hope to see. Outside of the ICE space, we're working to continue to strengthen many of the laws that we passed in the past couple of years. So things from making sure the African American Family Preservation Act still stands, making sure, yes, that helps keep families together. Making sure that the tenants' rights laws that we've passed still stay and are still followed by our court system. And then ensuring that workers' rights are protected. We started a nursing home workforce standards board. We want to try to expand that and also solidify that. So those are some of the things you'll see on. And then two things that are really important to me, making sure that housing actually, particularly single-family homes, stays for people and not corporations. So we want to ensure that large investors don't have the ability to just buy up single-family home properties. Again, we've seen it in parts of the suburbs, also on the north side. We want to make sure that those homes are available and at a good price for people to be able to buy their first home if that's what they want, or build a family in a home. And then finally, we're looking at ways to strengthen our civil rights laws in Minnesota, because we know the federal government continues to erode all of our civil rights at all levels. We want to ensure that in Minnesota, at least your civil rights will be protected here. So those are some of the things you can expect to see in this legislative session, along with many more issues that we're tackling all the time. So thank you for your time. Thank you for the invitation, and look forward to the rest of the conversation this evening.
Thank you, Representative Abaje. And we will wrap up with the City Council members for North Minneapolis, Latricia Vita and Pearl Warren.
Good evening, everyone. I thought Councilmember Warren and I were going to come up together. How cool would that be? She just started a month ago, so she probably, needs some help. Thank you all so much. Happy to be here. Someone didn't turn the heat down like I requested. It is extremely hot for a 50-year-old woman that's, going through some things right now in life, right? So thank you so much for having me here, Congresswoman. Thank you to elected colleagues for being here. I think we've all spent a lot of time together in this last month trying to come up with the most resources we've been able to. I was asked to talk about whatever I wanted to talk about, so take your coats off. I got a lot. There's a lot going on in 2 minutes. No. So first thing is, I'm sure you all have seen the news. I was in conversations with the mayor yesterday. He had a conversation with the president, and it looks like we're going to get some relief in some of the agents being taken out of Minneapolis. I don't know what that number is. The mayor could not give me a count of what that number was, but he feels good. I felt like we were having a really good conversation and a confident one about some of the agents leaving the state. And so I am going to check in with him. I know that he had a meeting today with the border czar. I was busy with Ward 4 issues. I saw a few Ward 4 residents in here taking care of Ward 4 residents. We're handling things. So I don't know where we are yet, but I will check in, and I'm pretty sure the mayor and all of us will be reporting those things on our social media or whatever channels we have. Lastly, I don't know how many people are Northsiders here. I want to leave with. Okay, there's a lot of us. If you're from the North Side, Miss Anita, I hear you. If you're from the North Side, we've been dealing with a dumping issue over here. And so one of the things that I wanted to report back that we're working on is Councilmember Warren and I are working on how we help our businesses what we've seen over the years is a lot of first-tier suburbs who don't have the same type of trash removal that we have in Minneapolis typically dump their stuff in North Minneapolis. And we don't like it. We're not a dumping ground for trash in the city of Minneapolis. And so it is something that just came, so the night that Representative Abaje talked about that they were setting off the smoke bombs and stuff in North Minneapolis, the incident we had with the man being shot by ICE, the next morning I woke up, and when I got back to Lindale Avenue, the streets were filled with trash. And the reason why the streets were filled with trash is because the field adjacent to that had been a dumping ground, And so agitators went and dumped all the just strolled. This is a neighborhood. This is where people live. People had already experienced so much trauma the night before. I was lucky that Public Works got out there early and cleaned it up, but it's a serious issue in North Minneapolis. And Councilmember Warren and I are already working on policies to protect us from dumping. It's a huge cost that's associated with that for businesses, especially businesses that already question if they should open up in North Minneapolis. So we're working hard to figure out policy and procedure for relief for the dumping, not only from residents, but also businesses. One morning I got a call, someone said, "Council member, I can't get out of my alley. There are 300 tires in my alley." And I said, what kind of strange prank call is this about 300 tires? So me and my team, Wyatt and Maggie, they're somewhere in the room, they're here. We went to go see 300 tires at the end of an alley. Believe it or not, it's not the only time we've seen this dumping. 40 mattresses we got a call one day from an area that we had just saw cleaned up by the city of Minneapolis. 10 minutes later, 40 mattresses. So I know we got bigger things happening in the world, but we do, as North Minneapolis residents, want our neighborhood safe and clean and welcoming. And so Councilmember Warren and I are working very hard to make sure we get rid of the dumping in North Minneapolis. Thank you.
How you beautiful people doing? Make some noise for yourselves. Thank you to my partnered elected officials. It warms my heart to be here as a newly elected official and be in the presence of community. As your new representative and council member for Ward 5, I am taking this time to focus primarily on constituent services. That is a lot of what I heard from a lot of the residents. So as Councilmember Vita plainly stated to you, the servitude within the community is my primary priority right at this time. Establishing, building, and restoring those relationships and faith within your representative for the 5th Ward here. I know we have a few of our Ward 5 residents here, North Minneapolis residents, but servitude is very important to me. I know our hearts are heavy with a lot of the things that are happening within the community, but that's a major part of public safety, is having someone that you can talk to and that will pick up the phone when you call, that's going to answer those calls and bring you a sense of security and assurance around things that affect your day-to-day needs, and I'm here for it. So I want to thank you all so much for coming out today. My senior policy aide, Rachel Hudson, is here. I do have cards if you want to reach out, but call, and I will answer, and do the best that I can to serve you during these difficult times. Thank you, and have a wonderful day.
In the 5th, we oftentimes talk about how important it is for us to go govern together, and I am really delighted for the showing from local electeds who represent the constituents that we get to represent on a federal level. I want to start by recognizing the fact that on January 24th, ICE agents murdered another member of our community. Alex Jeremy Preddy was an ICU nurse at the Minneapolis VA. He was an avid outdoorsman, a U.S. citizen. He was an incredibly compassionate person who cared for others countlessly. This is what he appeared to be doing just before being murdered, protecting another observer that was being attacked by ICE agents. Alex's murder by federal agents was not accidental or isolated. We witnessed this during the murder of Renee Good by federal agents. ICE's reckless and lawless actions have taken a mother from 3 children, a partner from a wife, and inflicted unfathomable pain on our community. Similar to Alex and Renee, they were exercising their First Amendment right, an act that this administration has deemed a capital offense. Renee Good should be alive. Alex Preddy should still be alive. Please, let's take a moment of silence for Alex and Renee. Thank you. My deepest condolences go out to Alex and Renee's family, friends, and everyone who knew and loved them. We will not stop fighting until we achieve real justice and accountability. The level of violence, federal overreach, lawlessness carried out in the name of immigration enforcement is unprecedented. US citizens are being assaulted and detained. Minnesotans are expected to carry their citizenship papers. People are dying in ICE custody. This administration has reduced any semblance of due process, sending people out of state to prevent them from having legal representation. Doors are being broken down without judicial warrants. Chemical irritants, pepper balls, flashbangs are being used without a second thought. DHS is thriving in secrecy, obscuring the conditions my constituents are being held in. This is not the America we know. This is not the America we love. Every Minnesotan has a right to feel safe and welcomed. Earlier this month, I co-led a hearing with Representative Chaya Paul on Trump's deadly assault on Minnesota. We welcomed 27 members of Congress to hear from witnesses on what has been happening on the ground and raise the alarm. Trump and his paramilitary immigration enforcement will not get away with their unlawful attacks on our state. The Constitution is on our side, and we will fight every single day to defend it. As it's been said, real justice and accountability starts with full, transparent investigation and legal action against ICE, followed by the abolishment of the agency. ICE cannot be reformed. It cannot be rehabilitated. We must abolish ICE for good. And DHS Secretary Kristi Noem must resign or face impeachment.
You must resign.
Fucking asshole. I don't know.
Oh my God. Oh my God, he sprayed something on her.
I need a napkin to know nothing.
Smells terrible.
No, we'll go. No, we will continue.
No. You need to go get checked. No,
we will continue. These fucking assholes are not going to get away with it.
You need to go get checked. No, you don't know what he's doing. No. That's whatever it is smells so bad. She needs to go get checked. I don't know
that's
what that
that's
was.
what they want. Please don't let them know.
It's not about him, Ilhan. It's not about him. It's about your safety. No, he sprayed something on you. You need to go get checked. Yeah, and it smells terrible.
We're gonna keep talking. Just give me 10 minutes. Just give me 10 minutes. I beg you. Please don't let them have the show. Please don't let them have the show. Please don't let them have the show. Here is the reality that people like this ugly man don't understand. We are Minnesota strong, and we will stay resilient in the face of whatever they might throw at us. Everybody settle down. I'm going to finish my remarks. It is important for me to continue to lead my Democratic colleagues in demanding her resignation. And like I said, if she does not resign, we are going to introduce articles of impeachment. This moment in U.S. history, and particularly in Minnesota, requires all of us to be working together to preserve our democracy. When we say we are going to put our lives on the line for what is our right, we mean that. Last week, my Republican colleagues put forth a Homeland Security funding bill that includes $28 billion for ICE and Border Patrol. I refuse to greenlit funding for a rogue agency that escalates violence, operates above the law, and opposes our most basic freedoms. I've already stated tonight, ICE is shooting people in broad daylight, beating up teenagers, spraying tear gas on peaceful protesters, ripping people out of their cars and homes without warrant, racially profiling people based on their accent, taking kids from schools and abducting people, shipping them far away detention camps with brutal conditions and no due process. We cannot treat this as business as usual. That's why I led the entire Congressional Progressive Caucus in opposing this bill. And we as a caucus adopted an official position, and now we have gotten all of the Democratic senators to agree to that position and hold ICE accountable. But this president's lawlessness does not stop with ICE and border enforcement. We are seeing how he's threatening Greenland and Venezuela and Iran and Cuba and Colombia. He has already taken lives in the Caribbean, and we wanted to pass a war powers resolution to hold him accountable. We are hoping for our Republican colleagues to grow a backbone and come on the right side of history. The last DC update I will mention before I take questions from you is that the House took up legislation from Minnesota member Representative Stauber that would open up hundreds of thousands of acres in our beautiful boundary waters to mining development. The boundary waters is the most visited wilderness in the US. It features peaceful, remote areas, one of the world's largest dark sky sanctuaries, and it is home to unique ecosystems, including several endangered species. And my beautiful children go hiking there and canoeing, and so it is personal to me to preserve it, not just as Minnesotan, but as a mom. Many of my colleagues here, especially Councilwoman Warren, mentioned the fact that constituent work is the backbone of what we do as your representatives. And it is no different because we are your liaison for the federal government. Our staff can please raise their hand if they're in the room. These people work for you. We can be a crucial line of advocacy for our constituents who are experiencing issues with the federal government, like irregularities, delays, and emergencies. Although it is a difficult environment we are working in right now, our duty remains the same. My district office phone line is monitored from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. daily. Congressional casework involving ICE is unique and narrow, but we can help with locating an individual detained by ICE if they are not appearing in a detainee located system within 48 hours. Inquiring on urgent medical issues to ensure an individual is receiving appropriate medical treatment, ensuring an individual's attorney or loved ones are able to communicate with them, and importantly, our office cannot provide legal advice or assistance. If you are unsure whether we can help with a specific issue, please contact my office at 612-333-1272. I'll repeat that again, 612-333-1272. And we will review whatever detail you want us to review. So far, we have worked on 800 cases with issues like Social Security, immigration, taxes, healthcare, and more. Our team has returned more than $4.8 million to our constituents, businesses, and organizations in the district. Like I said, we might not be able to solve every problem, but we will definitely make sure we do everything that we can to try. Lastly, I want to congratulate a winner of something fun that we do in Congress, which is last year's Congressional App Challenge in the 5th. The App Challenge is intended to engage students in grades 6 through 12 to create innovative apps that address real-life issues in our community. I am pleased to announce that my office selected it's a hard name. Okay. People say I have a hard name, but oh my goodness. Okay. Vet Bastodkar and his app, Brett Head, as the winner of the 2025 competition. Vet's app is youth-centered personal finance app built to challenge the culture of instant gratification through reflection and accountability. Fed is a sophomore at the Blake School in Minneapolis. He is fascinated by math, economics, participates in DECA, Model United Nations, and is a captain of his fencing team. Please help me in congratulating Fed. Oh yeah, say your name the correct way.
Yeah, my name is Ved Bastodkar, Vedbastodkar.
You made it sound a lot easier.
I mean, I say it every day, right?
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ted. Is it his? No. All right, with that, we'll take questions. I learned at a young age you don't give in to threats. You look them in the face and you stand strong. They pick the wrong person every day. Where's your mic? Right here.
I do not know the level of Congress. Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah,
I do not know the level of power Congress has over ICE, but is there anything you as representative could make efforts to try and lead to the arrest of Jonathan Ross and the multiple ICE officers that killed Alex earlier this week?
Yeah, I mean, the law enforcement with the Department of Homeland Security, obviously there are investigations, even if the federal government has chosen not to fully comply in having a transparent investigation. I know Keith Ellison's office, our Attorney General. I know that our district attorney, Mary Moriarty, others have already started the investigations. And, you know, as Keith reminds us every single day, murder is not something that has a statute of limitation. And so regardless of what these people think, we're going to make sure that they are held accountable in every way that we can.
Hi. There's so many ways to help. And one of the things I was thinking of is we have our own MPD that is stretched so thin. Is there anything that we can do to help them? I mean, could we bring in snacks to the office? You know, just anything that might help them feel better or appreciated. And along those lines, we also have the National Guard now coming in. And so we could apply that to them as well. You know, showing up with coffee, or is there Is there something we can do?
You know,
like
I will
that?
say one thing that ICE has succeeded in doing is make Minneapolis residents love Minneapolis police. and have, I mean, I say that with the utmost respect. You know, that's only thing that they've succeeded in doing. No, I mean, it's been beautiful to really see our National Guard passing out donuts and coffee to people at Whipple. You know, any way in which you can show your gratitude, I think, you know, what has been the most important piece for all of us is, one, to remain united. Two, not to just feel grateful for those you know who are out there, but to feel grateful for everyone who is out there, because Minnesotans are showing up for one another in ways that people didn't expect, and we are showing the country and the world what real solidarity looks like. And we should be goddamn proud of ourselves for that. So yes, whether you are showing up to say thank you to protesters and, you know, people who are documenting, or saying thank you to those that are keeping the peace, whether it is the sheriff's office or MPD, I would encourage it.
So you could just bring in like a couple things.
I would assume that would be fine with them. Well, yes, obviously you wanna make sure they're not scared that you're trying to poison them or something. Yeah, that's true. That's true. We'll take one right here.
Seen now multiple cities be invaded by ICE, and it seems as though they've left, right? LA, Portland. Do we have any sort of understanding of what is there a quota that they have to meet, or a certain time? How can we grasp when they could potentially leave, when their whatever objective has been fulfilled?
So what we do know now is that there is some agreement, we don't have the full details, that Border Patrol will leave. It is my understanding, you know, you mentioned being overwhelmed, there's 4,000, 5,000 of federal law enforcement that has besieged not just our city, but our state. And so it is my understanding that those that are tasked to control the border, exercising the 100-mile rule for Minneapolis, at least will leave. And the timeline was today, so they might have already gone. I saw reporting about 800 of them have already left. And so we'll be tracking that to see how many more of them leave. Generally, the way ICE used to operate is that, you know, there's two kinds, and you've seen, you know, our corrections department clarify this. You've seen Hennepin County talk about it. Generally, there are two paths. One is that someone has been adjudicated, they were arrested for a crime. If their crime is a felony and they were not a US citizen, oftentimes they would finish their sentence because they committed the crime against us and we want them held accountable. And then once their sentence ends, the corrections would call and say, we have someone being released at this time, on this day, in the next week or month. And they basically turn them over in the parking lot. Now, that person obviously has the right to ask for, you know, a judge to prolong the time they're here, to contest their removal. Sometimes you hear these stories of people who've been green card holders for, you know, 30 years. They came here as a baby sometimes. And so those removals take a long time, but they are in ICE detention as they're going through those. We also used to have before, maybe 6-7 months ago, law that said you couldn't indefinitely detain people if they did not have an actual crime that they were being detained for. And we know that immigration in itself, a violation of immigration is not a crime in itself. So the other way, which is kind of what they're saying they're doing now, which is not the way it's supposed to be done. Normally the way it gets done is that you have an order of removal for someone, and you try to find out where that person might be. You do surveillance, you talk to, known people to them, you find their previous employment, you find a way. And then they do those raids early in the morning, 6 a.m., where people are not really out trying to find the person in that home or in that business that they thought they might be in. And so we do know that the way that this is being carried out, and you've seen the incidents in where, they're literally jumping out of a car or breaking a car window or trying to get into somebody's space, that is not enforcement. That is terrorizing. That is terror. And those are not the kind of tactics we are known to have in our cities. Those are the kind of tactics we're known to have cities outside of the United States where people are brutalized. And so that's why we've been so opposed to it. We'll do right there.
Hi, I just wanted to first say thank you so much for all you're doing for us. I'm just so proud that you're our representative, so thank you. And I'm just wondering, what can we do to maybe get some of your colleagues to have the same fire you have? It's really incredibly disheartening to see folks saying we need body cams on ICE or just more training. That's really, really discouraging, and I want to see more folks follow your lead. So what can we do to put the pressure on them?
I think we're seeing that. I mean, certainly for my Democratic colleagues here that represent you all, collectively have felt like the way that we are being terrorized and the fact that there aren't guardrails for there to be justice and accountability reminds them of the fact that many of us have been saying this since ICE was created. When it was with DOJ, there was more accountability. This version of it that we've now had to live with for a little over 20 years is not a version that allows for respect for our constitutional rights. And so I think they're doing it to themselves. They're showing these lawmakers the mistake that they made in voting for their existence, in voting to give them money, because what they are doing is just so blatantly lawless. So just keep sharing. Oh, okay. I didn't know if you were protesting. I didn't know if you were saying, don't call on her.
I would like to say that I'm very proud of you as our representative, and I am so glad that you are our leader. And I want to ask something on a very personal note. I'm an immigrant. I came from the Philippines. I went and got everything that I was supposed to do. And I actually lived through the EDSA revolution. And I felt that if I could make it to the United States, I will be okay. At this moment, we didn't know how it was going to turn out, but we made a pledge, the Filipinos, that we would be there for each other. And I have seen you Minnesotans do the very same thing. And I'm very proud of you, and it is my honor to be with you. I'm asking on a very personal note. Some people, specifically me, some people did not go to their SNAP renewal. Some people didn't renew their medical because I want to be able to go home. And I have my certificate of naturalization. And the interview is supposed to be in person, but I don't know if I can make it back home. So my question is, this is some people, which is specifically me. And I didn't want to go because I'm not well behaved. and I'm not sure who would bail me out for causing good trouble. So is there a way for us to submit papers? Is there a way for us? I know there's protocol, there's regulations, but where I'm supposed to go,
Yeah.
And I can't outrun them. So I don't know. So if there's a way for us to do interviews, not in person. So I'm just asking. So I would like to have SNAP benefits. I would like to have medical.
Yeah, I hear you.
So that's my question. And I just want to ask, it's not just me, there's several of us.
And you live.
I live
Am I
in-
your representative?
Yes, you
okay,
are.
All right, then I know where you live. Okay. Just wondering if you're in a different area than. So, you know what? I have been in the United States a month short of 30. That is 90% of the amount of time that I've been alive. So I know people talk about me in Somalia. I don't know any home the way I know this home. And so I do feel a strong sentiment towards immigrants that find home in the United States. And I know that even though I'm a congresswoman, you know, even though I'm a citizen, like I carry my passport with me because I don't want to not be able to provide. And I know that in some cases that hasn't been enough. But to answer your question, is that there are mobile vehicles that you can schedule where they will come and do the interview in a place where you're comfortable to be able to take those interviews. And so check in with your caseworker. And let them know how vulnerable you feel. I will also say, you know, again, Minnesotans were just amazing. There's so many mutual aid opportunities where people might be able to help you out in other ways as well. You know, people talk a lot about illegal immigration and criminals. But what this enforcement has truly done is frighten actual citizens and documented neighbors. The children that are afraid to go to schools, the mothers and fathers that are afraid to drop them off, you know, the elderly shop owners at Caramel Mall, they're all citizens. But they don't want the trauma of seeing men with heavy machine guns because that is who they escaped to come to the United States. They don't want to go through a checkpoint because that is what they escaped to come to the United States. They don't want a gun drawn on them asking for their identification because that's what they escaped to come to the United States. And so for me, that has been the hardest part to communicate to people because they just don't understand how terrifying it is, one, for just the average person who has never seen this level of weaponization. But it is also severely debilitating and triggering for people who have had machine guns drawn at them at a young age and who thought their only salvation was to find a country like ours, where they never have to worry about that because there's a constitution, it's known for its liberty and freedoms. And so it's truly heartbreaking, this moment we find ourselves in. But if we know anything about US history, is that everything is temporary. And we will find our way out of this. So thank you all.